down, come take a seat. Bitter Squires live, ain't that a treat? Lore and laughter, games and art, a grand adventure's about to start. Through fantasy worlds with creatures untold, steampunk machines and horrors of old, mechs on the march, cities of steel. So grab some snacks and enjoy the feels. Big band, big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay a while, the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold. Hey! Big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay a while, the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold. We've got gnomish saltness and airships in the sky, epic mech battles shooting aliens in the eye, sci-fi builders and medieval plight, or fighting beasts with all our might. Silly voices trying comedic flair. Maybe Friday I'll eat a chili burger for a dare. Magic, madness, games galore. You ain't seen a stream like this before. Big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay a while, the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold.
Sometimes in your brain you go, hey, why don't you do this? Maybe it'll be funny. And then you start doing it and you're like, I've committed now. Max. Max. Can we talk about the temperature? I know it's one of your favourite topics. Can we talk about the temperature, please? It's dropped. It's dropped like 5 degrees. I had terrible, like, I think I've described this before. So at the weekend, it was super, towards the end of last week, very, very warm. Very, very warm towards the end of last week. And I was like, cool, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the duvet out of my bed cover and I'm just going to sleep under the bed cover like it's a bed sheet. I'm just going to sleep under it so it's just a sheet without the duvet inside. Took it out at the weekend and I was like, oh, this is so great. This is so comfortable with how warm it was. Last night, I think I've described this before. Like last night, it was so cold that like I woke up in like pain. I woke up in pain. It was like because, and the thing was, it's like if you'd given me 20 degrees in winter, I'd be like, oh my, this is so warm. Today is 9 degrees outside. It's 9 degrees outside. Good lord. But yeah, I just like, so I had terrible sleep this weekend. And like the thing, it was one of those things. It was one of those things where it was, I woke up I woke up and it was like, it hurt. It hurt because I was just like, it was very cold. But it was also the middle of the night. It was also the middle of the night. So I didn't want to like get up. I didn't want to get up and like find the duvet to put it back in. I was like, I'm not doing this in the middle of the night. I had the sheet. I was just like trying to wrap the sheet around me more. And I was like, please give me some level of warmth. Just when like you're really tired so you don't want to move. Yana, Mextron, good morning. Good morning to you both. Yeah, that was special. That was special. Yeah. So this morning I have an extra layer on. I've got an extra layer on this morning. So we'll see. We'll see. At the moment it's, yeah. Deary me. You're asking Max if he plays Minecraft. You know what's really weird? I wanted to play Minecraft at the weekend. How weird is that I was thinking about Minecraft and then you mentioned Minecraft this morning? I wanted to play Minecraft at the weekend. I just wanted to do a building game. I really just wanted to do a building game. And, yeah. And then I was like, I can't be bothered trying to... I couldn't remember if I knew what my login was for Minecraft. Couldn't remember those details, so in the end I was like, ah, screw it. Yana, you hunted down a postcard this morning. Found what you needed. Cousin has a birthday next week. Cool. Good that you have found what you were looking for. Excellent. Extron, you bought a server for 10 people. Damn. How expensive are Minecraft servers? I remember at one point I was looking at doing a 7 Days to Die server, but there wasn't enough interest. And by saying there wasn't enough interest, I think one other person was interested in doing a 7 Days to Die server. I think there was one other person, maybe two, and I was like, that's not worth it. $8 for a 10-person server. That's not bad, is it? That's not bad at all. Yeah, community servers. That would be, if this all grows, that is something I'd like to have, is community servers, because I think that'd be nice. The problem is I'd probably end up having so many different community servers that they're all empty because there's too many games. You've now got to find another one with a train on. Draw one. There you go. There you go, Yana. Draw one. There you go. Then you don't have to find it. Unless, of course, you like going out shopping. Then go out shopping. Yeah. Oh dear. Right. Extra, you've only got 2 people playing on the server. I suppose that, you know, that works depending on what you're trying to do, doesn't it? Like, if you, like, because if you just want the space just to go and build something and someone else turns up every now and then that's cool. But I can also see why you potentially you want the 10 people. Like, if you want to get like 10 people on the server, because then it makes it feel a bit alive. It's something I used to say. Something that I used to say about Minecraft was I used to really enjoy Minecraft because I used to like doing really big builds. I just used to enjoy doing builds and stuff. I say really big builds. Compared to some of the builds I used to see people do, mine were like medium-sized builds. But I used to really enjoy doing them. But I always used to find that when I was anywhere, like, say, halfway through them, or if I finished them, I always used to just look back at them and go, oh, it's all empty because there's no one here. I was like, oh, that sucks. Okay. Today is gonna be the day. Today, the plan for today is to ideally do a full day arting again, because that seemed to go quite well last week, so I'm thinking we do it again. Obviously this is all hand dependent, but we're going to see how it goes. Really try and I would love, right, this is where the love is in my brain. I would love to get this June piece done before the release of June, because that means I've done it in a month, and that kind of like would be a nice little, that'd be a good little psychological boost, that if I really put time, if I really set aside time and just kind of crack on, I can get these things done. You know, because obviously like that one for Thumbs got finished for bloody ages, and I think there was just a bit too much procrastination. So I want to crack on with the June thing today, because I really want to get it done. I think that would be good. I think that would be very good. So that's the plan for today. I was saying before the weekend, and so apologies, I'm probably going to have to repeat this a few times today because I realise not everyone's here. I also need to put this on Discord. So the how do I draw a train that looks like a train? How do you draw a train that looks like a train? I don't know. I can't remember the last time I drew a train. When did I last draw a train? When did I draw a train? When did I last do that? Train. What does a train look like? I mean, are you talking about, like, do you mean like an old school choo-choo train? Old school steam train? Or do you mean like a modern sleek? Because, like, you got the old school train, haven't you? You got, like, the old school train that's just like, it's just a cylinder. And then it's got the square cab at the back. And that's good. And then you got like the braces. You got the braces around the steam bit. You got the handrail that comes up the side. You know, and then it's got. And then you got to have a choo-choo bit, haven't you? You don't have a choo-choo bit, it's not going to work. You got to have a choo-choo bit over here, and then you got to do that, and then it's go poop. Choo-choo, easy peasy. See, look. This is how you can put a train together in minutes. Put it together so we can't see. You don't get to see it. See, what you don't know is I'm just going to show you the end. I'm just going to show you the end of the train. You don't get to see the beginning. It's all part of my plan. Otherwise, you can't copy my work, Jan. You can't copy. You can't copy. This is Jan is that person at school who, like, when you would try to do the maths problem, and she's like, okay. Oh wait, sorry. What did you say? Did you say this was an art stream? Did you say this was an art stream and you're supposed to see the art? Yeah, about that. Anyway, see, look. Then you got the train, and then you got the little. They have a little door on the side, don't they? So that they can lean out, and then there'd be a little valve there. Be a little valve there. With a whistle, so that when they go through tunnels they can go beep. I think they also tend to have a curved roof, don't they? Tend to have a curved roof. There you go. There's your train. Look, trains come together nice and easy. Then they have big wheels. And I can't entirely remember. Probably should have grabbed. Where's the thing? Wait, no, they don't have that there, do they? They don't have that there at all, because they need a piston. There's a piston. I mean, before we do the piston, just so we're not getting totally distracted, you know, Then you got your train, which is over here, and it has like the bit at the front, which I swear the only reason for this bit being at the front is so that in westerns people can be tied to tracks, so they get run over by that. We're gonna do whoop. And then we're gonna whoop. There you go. You got your train bit going there. And then you got your train bit going there. And that's coming around there. And then there's like there's a piston, isn't there? Because that's how steam works. Technical brain, I'm an engineer. And then that comes down to there and it moves the wheel. And that moves the wheel, and that's how trains work. And then you got, and then I don't know what that is. There's just a box. Just put, if in doubt, put some boxes in. And then they need to be on a railway line. Otherwise it's not a train, it's just a car. And so that goes there, and then you got that bit, and don't worry about that. I'm sure there's a little wheel somewhere around there. And then there has to be 2 tracks, otherwise it falls over. There you go. There's train. There's train. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. There's a train. So that's one train. And then if you're trying to do like a super slick modern train, you got to do like, you know, you just do it as a big long, because then they slope down to where the tracks are. I have to do this one sideways because otherwise I can't remember it. And then there's the train track, and then their wheels are kind of hidden away. It's like modern train, and then they're split into cabins, aren't they? Or carriages, even, not cabins. But and then they look like that, and that's where first class is. First class is there. There should be a door there. There should be a door. There should be a door, modern train, and then a door that's too far up, but don't worry about it. And then that, and then a little panel with a door, and then the guy at the front of the train doesn't really need to see much, so he has a very small window. To be fair, he's not turning, is he? He doesn't have to worry about turning, so it doesn't matter. And then he has his own separate door. The driver gets a separate door, which I can't remember if he has a button panel there, but I do know that they have a little button down here, because whenever the drivers go to get in the train, they do a little button down here, and then we have to have a go faster stripe, otherwise the train will be slow and it won't arrive on time. So let's give it a go faster stripe, and then so that's like a modern train. There you go. So draw a train. Grab a postcard sized piece of paper and draw them a train. I bet they'll love it. Because it's handmade with love. Handmade with love. There you go. Mextron. Last time I see you draw a train was in 2020. Oh my god. Was I streaming in 2020? I wasn't even streaming in 2020. This is terrifying. Do you watch me through my window? Before streaming was a thing, Mextron was like, I watched you anyway. Oh my god. Hi. Little bit. Hello, welcome in, little bit. How you doing? Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say, wasn't it? I was in mid thing when I started getting distracted by trains. So this week we have the open beta. For June Awakening. Very excited. It's going to be a bit of a test. Because I don't know how well it's going to stream on my PC. But that's not until Friday. Wonderfully, they've not actually told us when the servers are opening, but they've told us other bits. So, fortunately, in terms of when the servers are opening, it kind of works for and against me. When the servers are opening. Because I said I wanted to stream with Rook, but you know, the problem is obviously Rook's in the Americas, and so he can't stream. You know, he won't be able to. He'll be at work. He'll be at work when I would normally start streaming, which could be slightly problematic. However, it looks like the servers won't open until later in the day. So this is good and bad. This is good and bad because I'm still going to stream with Rook. And there most likely won't be anyone asking me to do it early because we won't be able to. However, this does mean on Friday, essentially all of this week's going to be normal except for Friday. So, my plan is to do a split Friday. In theory, I could just do a 15-hour stream. I could do a 15-hour stream. That could be an option. That's absolutely on the cards. But at the moment, my plan is most likely to stream in the morning, finish early afternoon, and come back again in the evening. Depending how everything's going, I could just do a 15-hour stream. I'm conscious of, trying to just not be on, taking a little bit of time away from the PC might be a nice thing. But yeah, so the plan is 100%, whatever happens on Friday, 100%, I'll be streaming Friday evening with Rook. We're going to do a stream together. So both our cameras will be on screen. Like, we've done stream together before. I just don't always do it. But we've done stream together before. We'll do that on Friday. And because of the way the game's set up, what we'll probably do is we'll probably go around separately, at least at the beginning. There's a good chance we'll run around separately doing our own bits. And so we'll just be talking to each other. We'll be answering chat because, there'll be people who have questions, no doubt. And so I think that's probably how Friday's going to go. Then, Saturday night, we're going to stream again. I think Rook is only planning on doing Friday and Saturday. I don't think he's got a plan to do Sunday, unless this thing proves really popular, which I kind of get why he's on that thing. He's kind of said, I'm going to judge how popular it is on Friday. If it's popular on Friday, he'll do Saturday. If it's ridiculously popular on Saturday, he'll do Sunday. But there's a solid chance he might do Friday. I want to do most of the weekend. So I will definitely be doing Friday night. I'll be doing Saturday night. And unless it is absolutely dead, I will be doing Sunday night. So that's my plan. That's my plan to stream it. Yeah. So that's that. So that but what it does mean on Friday, I'm gonna do the game that Hooded Horse sent me, which their name has escaped me right now. It's something. something that's in my wish list as well. Slight problem with having a wish list with so many games on it. I actually forget what the games are called. Also, good morning, Amber. Good morning. Oh, I just loaded up something I didn't want to load up. Okay, hang on. If we lose frames, it's not intentional. It's purely accidental. It's just I loaded up a program. What was the game called? Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Every Day We Fight, which now I've seen the name again, I've remembered. So it's kind of like a squad-based tactical game. So we'll do that on Friday. And then Friday evening we will come back and we will do Dune Awakening open beta weekend. That's the plan. Nick, would you chill and smoke with Dracula? What's the alternative? I feel like it's a possibility. Like, if Dracula is real and Dracula turns up and Dracula's like, hey, do you just want to chill out? Like, if Dracula turns up and says, hey, I'm not going to kill you, just want to have a bit of a chill out, he's like, I go round, I break into these people's houses, they all scream and freak out, and then I have to kill them. And it's not actually what I want to do. Like, he's literally just like knocking on the door going, hey, I just need a cup of sugar. Maybe that's all he ever wanted. Maybe just his blood sugar levels are low. And because people keep denying giving him a cup of sugar, he ends up having to like take their blood because it's the only way he can think of to get his blood sugar level up. So maybe I just give him like a sugary tea. We sit down, we sit down in the lounge, just put on a bit of background music, nothing sexy, just a bit of background music, a bit like music from the stream, just background. Give him a sugary cup of tea. I'll just probably have a water because I don't like tea. And then, maybe he's just like there going, thank you. For like 1,000 years, I've just been trying to get people to help me with my blood sugar levels, Like 1,000 years ago, they called it vampirism. Nowadays, we just call it like type 2 diabetes. Like maybe that's all that's going on. Maybe that's all the problem is. And so we sit down, we have a bit of a chat, and I'm like, dude, so many questions. You've been running around all this time. I want to know everything. Like, you can tell me about history because you were actually there, rather than someone telling me an interpretation of history. And I'd just probably have a chat with him. Try and have like a chat with him and see how it goes. And yeah, why not? Why not? Maybe he's just misunderstood. That's what I'm going with. What if Dracula's just misunderstood? Do you invite Dracula in? Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Why not? He could just be a misunderstood human being. There you go. I think that's the answer that I'm giving. Amber, you made a character already. Picture stuff for the character, and I've no clue what you picked, but it is made. Oh, for the when the game gets released. Actually, do you know what? Did I run that character creator? I think I did. I think I ran the character creator. I watched a few people run the character creator, and now they're thinking, did I do it myself? Or did I just watch someone do the character creator? But yeah. Anyway, so that's the open beta weekend that's happening this weekend. I don't know if I need the character for the open beta weekend. I actually don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What was I going to say? I think I was going to say something about. I think I've said everything. I think I've said everything about Dune Awakening. So that's the plan. That's the plan. Friday, we're just going to do the Barley Brew Brother playthrough, which we're not 100% sure if that means we're going to play together or if we're going to. Because the beginning of the game doesn't really. Like, the game's been designed so you can play it solo. So I think we're both a bit, but we are, while we know we can play it solo, we're a little bit interested to see how it plays as co-op. Like, does it make it super faster or not? Curious. The only thing that is a little bit concerning is if we do that, does that mean we're going to run out of content? Because it's a limited content thing. So you're telling type 2 diabetes a viral infection? No, I'm saying what we might have misunderstood. Maybe nothing like that. Maybe vampirism is just what they called it. You know, like the church just made up vampirism to make people scared, and in actual fact he's just trying to keep his blood sugar levels up. That's it, yeah. And because at that time period, at that period in time, people didn't know what it was. You know, he's out there just trying anything he can to get his blood sugar levels up. Although saying that, it's pretty. He tends to be pretty slim, doesn't he? So it's probably not type 2. Maybe it's just type 1. Maybe it's just type 1. Maybe it wasn't type 2 at all. Type 1. Oh wait, do you know what? I've just realised a thing. I've realised the thing that I didn't do. I didn't realise the thing I didn't do. Dune Awakening build tool. Because I think I've drawn it wrong. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's totally wrong. Shoot. Oh no. Okay. are. It's at a very different angle. I saw some. I've seen more pictures of it. So, yeah. Oh no. Okay. My plan was to do the build tool, but now I've realised the way beholding it would be like that, which I don't think I like. Now I see that. Kind of wanted it a little bit pointed forward. I just don't want to change this too much. The thing was, right, so the reason why I wanted to do the build tool was because me as a person, like obviously kind of I do a lot more building type games. I kind of figured, you know, if anyone else is like picking pictures, they're probably picking pictures where they've got guns, cool guns and stuff like that, and I was like, I want to be a little bit different. I want to give myself the build tool, but the build tool is not in the shape that I was kind of hoping it was going to be, and it kind of goes like that. So it's, yeah, I don't really want to redo the arm. Unless I redo the arm. I've not actually gone too into detail with the arm, so it is doable. I could just have the arm pointing, but then this arm's pointing down as well. I don't really want both arms pointing down. I kind of want an arm pointing up. I might have to ditch the build tool idea. Where did I get? Wait, hold on. Where was that picture? Because I just got that picture from somewhere. Where are you? Oh, there is a wiki. There is a June Awakening wiki. Wait, hang on. Can I go to the June Awakening wiki? Would that be... Okay, so there's the build tool. Cool. Can I... Oh, there's the blood extractor. I could have... That would be different, wouldn't it? If I had the blood extractor. Or have they got no good picture? Okay. Tell you what, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do so I can keep the arm like that. I know what the plan is. You should probably watch the movies to get familiar with the property. I don't think you need to, for the purposes of understanding what's going on in this game. From everything I've seen of the beginning of the game, they seem to explain things pretty well. The only thing that might be worth doing is I would possibly watch the trailers, because I think there's 2 trailers for this game. Maybe watch them, because those kind of explain the story setting, and when it gets into the stream, you might miss it. Like if you're not here at like the beginning of the stream when the trailer's playing, you might miss that. So it might be worth watching that beforehand. But yeah, I think from everything I've seen of the beginning of the game, they do a pretty good, because kind of like there's not well, sorry, there is a tutorial. There's a very small tutorial. I love how I've done it like that, as though that's... It's a little box. It's a little box, this tutorial, like that. Like, everything we saw of the creator stream last 2 weeks ago. There's the tutorial, which just kind of shows you how to move. But once you get into the game, you get quests and journeys. So they're kind of like the main like the storyline quests are referred to as journeys. So you get journeys which explain essentially the universe and how it works. So you do, like, the game does a pretty good job of explaining what is going on. In terms of watching like the modern day movies, I think the only thing that would do for you really is, well, it'd explain who the Harkonnen and the Atreides are. It'd explain who the Sardaukar are. So, and if you don't know who they are anyway, but to be fair, I you know, me and Rook would be able to explain who the Atreides and the Harkonnen and the Sardaukar are. But this is not the storyline for this game is not the movies. It's an alternate history. Never mind, you don't have HBO. Yeah. Do you know what, Ambro? I think that's why I've also not watched them recently, is they're just not on a service that I have access to. I think I'm going to change this a bit. So I kind of... So if I did that, I know that makes no sense right now. You're probably there going, what are you... Why is there something over his shoulder? I'm going to change... Okay, so we're going to lose the gun. Or rather the build tool, because the build tool isn't what I thought it was. That's fine. That's fine. We can switch to something else. I just need to work out what layer that thing was on. Okay, it was there. So let's ditch that. Get rid of that. Ditch that. So this hand, I need to alter this hand a bit. I also need to try as well today, potentially bring some of the layers together. I've got quite a few layers going on, which I could do with not existing anymore. Sardaukar are the Mongolian singers. Sure. Yep, that's it. They're just Mongolian singers. Conquer the galaxy and mine resources. Well, I mean, we're not conquering the galaxy. We're just trying to survive on Arrakis. I just need to tweak that sword. Oh, what is this? Wait, what? Oh, it's that. Oh, okay. you. Oh, you're that, yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, cheap viewers. No thanks. Oh, I just need to change this mask. Having looked at some more stuff, I need to change that mask. It's not what I want it to be. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. No, microphone's here. Okay, sorry about that. Phone call. Unexpected phone call. That's where the tremor worms are. Yes, they are. They are the worms from Tremors. Yes, correct. I was watching a bit of YouTube this weekend, as one does, and I was kind of, been watching a lot of the same stuff recently, and I was kind of like, I don't want to get back to some of the things that I used to watch. And there's been some VODs that have come my way. Not VODs, shorts. There's been some shorts that have come my way, and I've kind of been like, there were there's a guy, I can't remember what his name is. He's called like Wools or something. Woolsey, something like Woolsey. I don't think it's exactly that, but it's something like that anyway. And he like plays like jump scare games and stuff. And while I don't enjoy playing jump scare games myself, I do find it entertaining to see other people play them. It's like there's streamers that I'll watch that play jump scare games, and I will watch them play those games, even though I'm not necessarily going to play them myself. And so I was kind of like, oh yeah, so he's like doing lots of spooky stuff, and then he had some videos come along where he was watching things like found footage and chemtrail footage. Basically, when people go out into the wilderness and weird shit happens. It was like, oh, do you know what? I used to really enjoy watching these kind of like stories and stuff. Because like some of them are obviously very obviously fake, and some of them are like either really well made or just kind of a bit creepy because shit's going on that you don't know what's going on. It's like I used to watch this kind of stuff quite a lot, and I used to really enjoy it, but it doesn't come up in my feed anymore. And I was thinking, I kind of want to start getting that stuff back in my feed because I used to enjoy watching it. And so that's what I was trying to do a little bit of this weekend. And really, sadly, like there's just like a glut of just there's like a glut of, I would say, low low effort like versions of those types of things. Like I seem to remember in the past I used to like watch them, like people putting in effort is essentially what I mean. Whereas when I went and tried to look for it this weekend, there was like a lot of just more low effort, where like I was coming across a lot of collections. I was coming across a lot of collections where people had just took footage and they literally just put footage back to back. In some cases, didn't even do anything with it. Just didn't even do anything with the footage. Just put the collection back to back, and then it was like, oh right, okay. Why am I watching your video for this? And I didn't really come across any of like the people I used to watch in the past, which I thought was a bit of a shame. But like I used to watch, who else did I used to watch? I used to watch like stuff with like, you know, like paranormal stuff. Like for a while I used to listen to quite a lot of like the Mr. Ballin. Mr. Ballin used to do a lot. Oh god, that's the wrong colour in it. Used to watch a lot of Mr. Ballin, like who he was, you know, he was taking stories that already existed. Oh, I must have done this in too light a colour. Oh wait, no. What I've done is I've done that. That's what I've done. And I used to enjoy Mr. Ballin as well, but I kind of went to go watch him. He does a lot more supernatural stuff. But he like puts a bit of effort into it, you know. He's like he tells it like a ghost story, like you do when you're a kid. And like I used to enjoy those. But even his stuff, I think he's run out a little bit. It feels like he's run out of stories a bit. Because I didn't enjoy his more recent things as much as I used to. But like the trail cam stuff and people like being off in the forest. I thought that was I used to really enjoy those things. And now there doesn't seem to really be many good ones about anymore. Which is a bit of a shame. Still watched a few. Well, I mean, I watched a few to work out whether they were any good. So I still watched them because I was like, oh, I kind of want to find a channel that does these well. I didn't find a channel that did them well, and that's a shame. But also some really creepy. There was one that was like some stuff was there was some stuff that was kind of creepy. But it was just on a channel that I basically put a load of clips together. So like the footage was very creepy. But the channel didn't like add any value to it. So I was kind of like, oh, this is a bit disappointing. Fake or not, you're not watching stuff like that just to be sure you don't invite stuff like that to your house. Fair dues. Well, no, I mean, when I like some of it, like it's not all supernatural stuff. I get that about like the supernatural stuff. I do, but like some of it, like, you know, when you're watching like the trail cam footage or just found foot, like it doesn't always have to be supernatural. Like there was one of the ones that was probably one of the creepiest ones, because sometimes you find that like even when you know it's an actual person, that almost makes it worse. Do you know what I mean? Like there was some stuff, like one of the things that I saw was this lady. This lady was just doing like she was streaming doing yoga. Like nothing before anyone kind of goes, it's one of the hot tub streaming. Not just literally, she was streaming yoga. She was like doing a class. And then just in the middle of streaming the yoga class, she just stops, looks absolutely petrified. You've got no idea what's going on. Then she like grabs her phone, and just like this dude's just like come out of her wardrobe. And she is absolutely terrified. Understandably, she's absolutely terrified. She's like, I don't know who you are, what are you doing? And this guy's just there going, hey, we're friends. Hey, we're friends. And you're just like, oh my God, what the fuck? Anyway, the guy got arrested, to clarify. The guy got arrested, and so it was, you know, nothing, but it was just like, holy shit. That like, and that's one of those moments where it's just like, sometimes real people are scarier than supernatural things. And that was definitely one of them. But yeah, I wanted to watch a whole bunch of that stuff, and I couldn't find any. I couldn't find anything that was like, when I say I couldn't find anything that was really good, like that, I didn't subscribe to any of the channels to watch more. Just, yeah, which I felt was a bit of a shame. You got enough weird and unexplainable stuff. Yeah, no, I get that. I've had weird and unexplainable stuff happen in my life, so I'm kind of, I definitely understand from that perspective. But I still find it all, I find it interesting and entertaining at the same time. So I'm trying not to go into too much detail for this bit, because, you know, a lot of it's going behind its head, so a lot of it's going to get deleted. But I'm also trying to give it enough detail so that I know where, like, you know, like the light and shadow is going to go. But yeah, like the stuff, one of the things I did find interesting from some of the stuff I was watching was like when people were like out in the forest and they start like hearing things. It was the moment where I was like, oh shit, maybe I've watched too many of these things, because like there are people in the forest and they're like, oh my god, what is that? And I'm like, well, that's a moose. And then like there's another video going, oh my god, what's this? And I'm like, well, that's a fox. You know, like you start recognizing the noises. And it's like, oh man, I've seen too many of these things now. Don't get me wrong. First off, why would I be in the forest in the middle of the night? Like, I used to like going out walking in the evening, but I didn't always do it because more than anything, not because I'm terrified of the animals, I'm scared of the people. Like, you know, people, like, it's one of those things where you're like, they're going, I would like to go out for like a walk at 1 a.m. just because, you know, it's nice and cool and it's quiet. I could just, you know, put some music on and go for a walk. But then there's another part of me going, but what the hell do I do if I walk into someone in the middle of the forest at 1 a.m? I know, like, and you know what? They'd probably have the same thought process, but we'd both probably be there going, I know I'm normal, but why the hell is this person here? One of the reasons you don't stream is you're scared that people find you. Yeah, it concerns me. Yeah, that kind of thing concerns me. I think the only thing I try and temper myself with that kind of stuff is it's not it's not like as a challenge, obviously. I'm not a big enough streamer for something like that to really happen, I don't think. But yeah, swatting is something that can, things like swatting is something you have to think about. I think, do you know what? I think one of the big things that bothers me about swatting as well is that, because obviously I don't live alone, I'm not really that concerned about myself. I'm not as concerned about myself as I am, who I'm living with. Because it's not their choice, is it? Yeah. But yeah, the forest stuff, when I see these kind of videos, is some of it I am just there going, that's a moose. Yes, it is terrifying, but that's a moose. Or that's a fox or whatever. And then sometimes, you'll listen to stuff, you'll see these videos, and like the narrator is going, oh, it's probably just an animal, and you're listening to it going, that is not a fucking animal. That is not an animal. Don't know what that is. Time to leave. Let's get out of Dodge. Sinagogo full sprint after hearing a doe mating call. Fair enough, it sounds scary if you don't know what it's like. Yeah. So yeah, no, like that was like a bunch of the videos I saw at the weekend was like moose and doe and just like doing their calls and people going, oh, what is that? And it's like, and what I would say is now I can kind of go, oh, that was a moose, that was a doe, that was a fox. But I can probably the only reason I can probably do that is because I've seen so many of those videos that I can hear it. Some of them though, 100% are that's human, that's not an animal, that's weird and fucked up. You know, thing that understand horror movies. Black guy dies first. Way more Actually, I know that's the meme. I don't know how true it actually is. Like, I know, like, Scary Movie tried to make a meme out of it. Yeah. Bit of a weird one, really. Watching, like, I don't know which one bothers me more, actually. Like I say, like, I think real people stuff can be super creepy. I think the thing that is creepy probably about supernatural stuff is, I think the bit that's possibly scary about that is if supernatural stuff is real. And I'm not really saying whether it is or isn't. That's not what I'm trying to get into. I'm not really saying I totally believe or I don't believe. I've had weird shit happen in my life that I can't really explain. But I could also just as easily be like, oh yeah, none of this is real. But if it's not real, that means something else happened, which still would be scary. But yeah, like I think the supernatural stuff, when I see that stuff happening on like the videos, I think that is scary because there's a solid chance you have no way of stopping it. Like if there is actually, you know, like say like there was some kind of like evil spirit or something, there's a solid chance you have no way of stopping it. And I think that bit's scary because you're most likely not equipped to stop that thing happening. If you're in the middle of the woods and something creepy happens, there's a solid chance you're not equipped to stop it. You know, like when you see like one of the stuff that I try and just because I find it interesting. Like I do enjoy spooky stuff to a certain degree, especially when I'm not there. Because when I'm not there, I can enjoy it. So like when I see like skinwalker things, like I'm interested in the skinwalker stuff. And I know it's kind of like, you know, before anyone types it, I know there's like the Western version of skinwalkers, and there's the Native American versions of skinwalkers, and it's not quite the same thing. But I still think it's like, you know, it's like I go into these things watching, like, go to listen to a spooky story, and if they can make it seem as real as possible, cool. But I'm also not there going, this is 100% real. It's like, I need you to convince me that it's real. And if you convince me that it's real, then you've made a really good video. But like some of the skinwalker stuff's creepy. I think the people I think that, Joe, I think the people stuff is creepy because you can believe more that it's happened. Like, I think there's a level with supernatural stuff where you're like, yeah, that didn't happen. But with like people, like there was a guy who was telling a story about hiking on the Appalachian Trail, and basically like bumping into these people who like met them on the trail, and then it like were trying to be really friendly, but it turns out that they actually like drugged them with some water that they offered them. And while that particular story is not necessarily real, like you do hear about like people being in forest and shit. Like you see like people talk about police reports and stuff. It's like it's believable, I think, because we know that people do horrific things. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we know people do horrific things, so I think sometimes when it turns out to be people, that doesn't necessarily make it better, because you're like, oh shit. Like the one I was saying about with like the streamer, where someone just came out of the wardrobe. You're just like, oh shit, that's a weird person. Yeah. I still like enjoy that stuff because I'm always like curious to see if people are doing like and this is why I was saying kind of like this weekend was a little disappointing because I saw quite a lot of just like very low energy content about these kind of things, and I'm like, oh man, there used to be a whole bunch of channels that used to do these things really well. Skinwalker novel. Skinwalkers is a crime novel by American writer Tony Hillerman. The seventh of the Navajo Tribal Police series. Film version Skinwalkers was adapted for television in 2002. Oh, so someone's tried to do like a proper. I didn't know anyone had like done proper. I mean, I suppose it makes sense that someone's done novels about them because we do novels about all kinds of stuff on this side of the pond as well, don't we? Yeah. Going back to 86. Interesting. And sorry, your realistic you'll die, Ambro. Your realistic you'll die first in horror and zombie movies. You're not in shape, and you're not the fastest in a sprint. I first off, we've kind of got to go with which kind of infected it is. Like, I think there is a. I don't think I would die first, but I also don't think I would survive. I think. I don't know. There's like two parts of my brain where I'd just be like, let's just get the fuck out. Let's just get the fuck out. And there's also a part of me going, oh my god, my friend's been taken. I need to go and help them. Like, and I don't know which, in that situation, I don't know which part of my brain would be stronger.
You're one of us now.
Well, hello. Hello. Bonji. Well. What a day. What a day for a bank holiday. Indeed. What a day we have here. Let us enjoy a bank holiday by being streamings. But Ambrose, sorry, is there stuff like that in England? I don't think my country has stuff like that. What do you mean, like the Skinwalker stuff? I mean, we've got like werewolves, haven't we? Like, I don't fully. Okay. This could be like a super in-depth convo. But like, I just kind of like, whenever I hear about the, like, people get very excited about like the Skinwalker. When I see people talking about the Skinwalker stuff, I see them getting very excited. Whereas to me, it sounds like, it sounds just like the werewolf lore, just in a different country. So I don't know if, I don't know how much it actually differs, but I'm sure if I said that around people who were very into either of the subjects, I'm sure they'd be like, no, they're completely different things. The werewolf happens during a full moon, whereas the Skinwalker happens during a new moon. Completely different things. You know, it could be something as simple as that. But they do seem to have a lot of similarities. And then in terms of, do you know, that is a very good question, Ambro. I don't think I have spent enough time looking at UK cryptids. I think that's the proper term, isn't it? I can't remember if cryptids cover all these kind of things or if cryptids are completely separate. But then I'm sure there are. I'm sure that I know there are. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. It's probably the better way of me putting it. Wait, how are we pronouncing that? Klabatalman? Kabatalman? Or Kalfata? Okay. Wait, Hobgoblin? What? Is a water kobold. Oh my god. Wait, so it's like a... Oh, so it's a supernatural being that shows up on ships. Okay. Oh, doomed ships. So we don't want to see it. Wendigo happened by eating human flesh after Taco Tuesday. Or is it because they ate human flesh on Taco Tuesday? Because you don't always know where those tacos came from, especially if you get them from street vendors. You don't, you know, you got even less clue, haven't you, about where it came from? Taco Tuesday has a lot to answer for. Oh my god, we have to ban Taco Tuesday. Ultimately, that's the kind of stuff I was trying to watch at the weekend. I didn't get very far though. I also kind of wish I could remember the old channels that I used to watch for that stuff. I think a bunch of it was actually Mr. Ballin, but I think the Mr. Ballin channel doesn't seem to kind of like give me what I want. Doesn't give me the good feels it used to. Also, Mr. Borland is a storyteller rather than, you know, actual cam footage. Is this going behind? I'll do this, but this might actually end up getting deleted. Because I think a lot of this is actually going behind the head wrap. Don't forget the useful Heiselmanken. Positive small-sized creature doing your work. Unless you spy them, then they will never return. Oh, I need one of those. I need one of those. If I could get one of those that'll do video editing, that would be awesome. If they did it while I was asleep, and then I could just wake up in the morning to them being there, that would be amazing. How do I attract one of them into the house? Is there a guaranteed guide? Can I find them on Fiverr? Went back to wherever they came from. What, all of them? Oh, they're just all gone. That sucks. Does the character get eyelashes, or were they genetically eliminated? To be honest, with where we're at, we're not really going to see it. We're not really going to see it. But there is a lot of hairless people in Dune, so let's go with that.
You're one of us now.
Oh, damn. One of us now, forever and ever and ever. Bad Habit. Hello, Bad Habit. How are you doing? How's it going? How are you doing? Give it up. Submitted. What's the blue eye thing about? It's because this person is on the planet of Arrakis. Ooh. So they've been having a bit of the spice. They've been on a bit of the spice, and so their eyes are a bit glowy. Yeah. So that's the answer. That's the answer is yes. For this person is on Dune and partaking of the local delicacy. Trying to book a holiday, but the prices are insane. Well, hopefully you find something. Hopefully you find something within your budget. Drugs thing. What? Wait. The... Oh, you talk about... Yeah, the spice, yeah. Yeah. I'm working on the basis everyone knows what spice is in June. If you don't know what spice is in June, please say. Please say. I will happily explain as much as I can about Dune. I don't know how much people know and how much people don't know, so I don't want to be like that guy going, actually, I think you'll find. But if people don't know what's going on in June, I will happily waffle. It's one of those things where I'm kind of like, it's a big, like, June's quite a big IP, so I kind of potentially incorrectly presume that everyone knows the story, like what's going on in June. Explanation spice, you figure it's a term for drugs. I mean, in the real world, yes. Like Manchester has a massive problem with spice, which is a synthetic marijuana. There you go. But that's very different to the spice in June. Spice in Dune is I think it's worm poop. It's worm poop. But in Dune it expands the mind. Essentially it kind of gives you like it gives you abilities. Spice gives you some supernatural abilities. So it's a very prized drug. It's a very prized drug in Dune, especially as the only place that it can be, the only place it exists is on Arrakis. But it gives you the ability. It can give you abilities like being able to see through time. It allows, for instance, it allows for space travel because it allows the navigators to calculate how to travel through space using the spice. So before then, they were limited to very small jumps through space because they couldn't calculate them big enough. Also, AI is banned. Like computers, like thinking machines are banned in Dune. Yeah, spice gets used in pretty much everything in Dune. So it's a thing. But it only exists on Arrakis. They've tried to produce it in other locations and it just doesn't work. they've tried to synthetically make spice and that doesn't work either. Like the drugs from Lucy. No, it's been ages since I've seen Lucy, so I can't entirely remember what the drugs did in that. Didn't they like expand the mind or something? So I suppose maybe a little bit, yeah. Goji, good morning. Good morning. What are we drawing? We are drawing a character for the new game Dune Awakening that comes out next month. So I'm currently in the process of trying to draw my character for that. Oh, is that the goggles? Is that why I can't delete that? Because it's the goggles. It's the frigging goggles, isn't it? That's why that's there. Okay. Trying to do things that are overlapping. It's kind of getting there, slowly. Slowly. Right, so I want... you need to keep using it. Yeah, you need to keep using it. So once you start using spice, you need to keep using spice, and in some instances you need to like people who use it recreationally end up needing like more and more of it. Why is this being weird? Why is this not... So some people use it recreationally, and some people use it for their work. But yeah, because in June they've banned machines because there was a war. There was a war against the machines. So AI is banned. There are people who are able to train their minds to a level where they can kind of do calculations as fast and as expansive as machines used to be able to do it. And they're called mentats. And I think mentat. Well, I don't think mentats use pure spice. I think they use like a distilled down version of it. But yeah, the navigators don't even look human anymore. The navigators have evolved because they've used spice so much. The navigators don't even look human. They look like something else entirely. But yeah, the big thing. So yeah, if we've got that as the setting, so spice unlocks powers in people. The primary one being the navigators, allowing them to navigate the bending of space and time. Arrakis is very critical because it's the only place that we can get spice. So control of Arrakis is critical. There is an emperor who controls the Imperium. The Imperium is broken down into a feudal system. So there are great houses that run various parts of the Imperium because it's too massive, for one person to run it. So they have their fealty. They owe their fealty to the Emperor, and in return, he, same way, medieval world used to work. They have instead of land, they have planets. Because that's the only planet with the worms. Yeah. So the life cycle of Arrakis is what creates the spice. There were attempts in the lore. There were attempts to move the worms off planet, and try and see if they could have them on another planet. But if I remember correctly, like the short version, I can't remember the exact details, but the short version is that went wrong and they died. So you can't take the worms off Arrakis. And you can't synthesize the spice. So Arrakis is the only place you can make the spice. And so a lot of people want to control. A lot of people want to control Arrakis because that's the only place you're going to get all the stuff all this good stuff that you want. And so one of the ways that the Emperor keeps the fealty of the houses is he switches every now and then. He switches who is the warden of Arrakis. So if you've curried favor with the Emperor, you get access to Arrakis, which means you're the person who's essentially controlling the production of spice. The Emperor's only, but the Emperor's like, you need to make sure the spice must flow. Otherwise, the universe collapses because interstellar travel collapses. So the Emperor's like, that's your decree is the spice must flow. And whoever's in charge of Arrakis, they get very rich because they're obviously in charge of the spice. There's so coming back to there's different factions in the Dune universe. It's like I've talked about the Mentats. The Mentats are like human computers, and so they serve people as advisors because they can do calculations and prepare things and all that kind of stuff. There's also another faction who are called the Bene Gesserit, and they use like the spice to look into the future and see what is the best direction for humanity to go in, like what's going to help humanity exist and survive into the future and make us a stronger people. And what the Bene Gesserit do, they are a female dominant faction, and what they do is they are apart from the aristocracy, but they have a lot of control over the aristocracy. And what you find is that Bene Gesserit women will go and marry those are the Zendaya people. No. So Zendaya was part of the Fremen. So that's a whole different faction. The Bene Gesserit are trying to, they try and see how the world is and how they make the world carry on. So they would use spice to try and see the future and stuff like that. I'll tell you what, let's go on for a bit. And so what the Bene Gesserit will do is they do a lot of stuff to do with prophecies and stuff, and they will try and steer bloodlines that they think will help humanity progress and follow prophecies. And so part of what they will do to ensure those bloodlines are happening is the Bene Gesserit will marry prominent figures in the houses to ensure that the right people have children. And not only will they have children, the Bene Gesserit have trained their bodies in such a way, and I think this is through the spice as well. They've trained their bodies in such a way that they can do things like they can decide whether they're having a boy or a girl. Like the Bene Gesserit have complete control of their bodies, and they can just do whatever the hell they want with their bodies. They also have various skills as well. Like they have a thing called the voice, but that's not really important for the overarching Dune thing. But anyway, so the Bene Gesserit kind of inject themselves into aristocratic life to ensure that the right people are born based on the prophecies that they believe are going to happen. So everyone is interested in spice. Spice is just super valuable. The Fremen are a faction of people who aren't a house. They're not a house, but they're on Arrakis. They're the desert people of Arrakis, and they see it as their planet because they've lived there all this time, and so they know the planet very well. They survive on it super well. But then the houses and the emperors come along, and the Emperor controls Arrakis, but doesn't, whereas the Fremen are like, but it's our planet, so they have a lot of like fighting. They have a lot of fighting with the houses, because the houses are trying to do them dirty. The boy Timothy, Paul Atreides. His mum is Bene Gesserit, yes. And so, in the books and in the movies, his mum was supposed to give birth to a girl, but she decided, and then that girl was meant to be married off to the Harkonnen house to basically cement peace and to start carry on this bloodline. So the Bene Gesserit are trying to create a bloodline for like a superhuman. And so they were kind of like the Atreides and the Harkonnen both had traits in their bloodline that were brought together. They were hoping that would bring about the superhuman. But Paul's mum ended up having a boy, and she also did a terrible thing, which was she started training him in the Bene Gesserit way, and that was very not good, because training him in the Bene Gesserit skills and powers and stuff are only meant to be for women. And his mum trained him in Bene Gesserit things because she was trying to bring about the super being, which was a bit naughty, and she got into a bit of trouble for that. Bit naughty. Anyway, so that's the books and the movies. But the game is all about Paul, so still same guy, but Paul, when he uses the spice and stuff, because he's potentially the superhuman, is he has the ability to look through time. And what he decides to do is he decides to look through the different branches of time to see which is best for humanity. Because Paul is very much in this thing of, I just want humanity to exist. I want humanity to be the best thing it can be. And so he looks through the different branches of time. He's doing like a TVA type thing. And he's there going, which is the best branch of time for humanity to succeed the best? The game picks up from him going, this is about, the game is a branch of time where I don't exist. My mother carried on doing the things she was meant to be doing. My mother went and had a daughter rather than having a son. And so the idea is that it's meant to be Paul looking at this separate branch of time where he was not born, and how did that impact the story going forward. So, and again, this isn't really spoilers because this is the trailer. This is in the game trailer. The Harkonnen and the Atreides don't go into like the war that we kind of know of. That's kind of like, well, I say war, it kind of was over pretty quickly. But the Atreides don't get wiped out. The Atreides survive the Battle of Arrakeen. And because the Atreides survive that battle, it kind of changes the way the everything goes, because the Atreides are still there. And so what ends up happening to Arrakis is the Emperor has to take a bit more of a hands-on approach to the control of Arrakis. So he deploys the Sardaukar rather than one of the houses controlling Arrakis. He's kind of like, look, you're all on Arrakis. If you all want to be on Arrakis, you all be on Arrakis. I'm going to deploy the Sardaukar. I don't care what you guys do on the planet. The Sardaukar are going to now ensure that the spice flows, because that's all I really give a shit about. You guys want to go have a fight on Arrakis, you go have a fight on Arrakis. So the houses that both houses, so that's both two of the great houses, both now exist on Arrakis. There's a bunch of minor houses as well, but that's just feudal society. Some people are stronger than others. And because no one's really meant to be in full-scale war, what happens instead is what they refer to as the War of Assassins. Kind of like a Cold War. Like the Harkonnen and the Atreides aren't like properly like scrapping, but they are trying to do things in the background to destabilize each other. Where the game is like picking up. If actually, you know, at that point, I'm probably not going to say any more of what's going on, because you kind of get this. We're now talking about like the beginning of the game. So like people have seen it because, you know, we had the creator week a couple of weeks ago. But if you guys haven't seen that stuff, I won't talk about it, because now we're getting beyond now, and that's kind of where the trailer ends, is like the War of Assassins is happening on Arrakis, which basically means everyone isn't fighting, but everyone is fighting. And that's kind of where, oh, and sorry, the other bit as well that's said in the trailer, so coming back to the Fremen. So in the books and the movies, the Fremen are like constantly there as like trying to have control of their planet. In this branch of the timeline, the trailer states that the Sardaukar go and wipe out the Fremen. But it also hints that we are trying to find the Fremen. So whether it's kind of like publicly the Fremen are dead, maybe during the game we find the Fremen, don't know, but that's kind of where the game is kind of picking up. And we're a nobody. We're not one of the houses. We're just a nobody. But yeah, I probably won't go much further into it than that. And as it's 11 o'clock, I'm just going to nip to the loo. I'll be back in a moment. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Oh, thumbs. High thumbs, by thumbs. Slice of pie. High slice of pie. If you, hopefully you're still here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm if there's any bits, if there's any questions about Dune, I'll try and answer them as best I can. Happy to try and explain it. And one of the things that's probably important to remember with Dune is like it's one of the, like, you'll hear stuff about Dune and you'll be like, oh, it's just like such and such a sci-fi. And then, you know, a little bit like with like Warhammer 40k, sometimes you'll be like, hey, that's what happens in Warhammer 40k. It's like, yep, there's a reason why that happens in Warhammer 40k, because it was based on Dune. Like Dune, Dune is not necessarily like the first sci-fi, but it had a hell of a lot of influence over sci-fi coming after it. A hell of a lot. Which, and this will be controversial for some people might get very angry at me saying this, like Dune was like the granddaddy of a lot of ideas, not necessarily the best at telling them, but a lot of ideas that other sci-fi, which I think has potentially gone on to tell some of these ideas in more interesting ways. Like I like Dune, I'm a big fan of Dune, but some of it, like it's not. I can completely understand why some people can't get into Dune, because it's a difficult thing to get into. I don't necessarily see Dune as the most accessible material, and so that's why I say I think some things have done it better. Like for example, Warhammer 40k. I think some of the things that Warhammer 40k has done have absolutely come from Dune. But I think Warhammer 40k in some instances has done a better job of like getting you into the setting. Like for example, like the world building of Dune is like phenomenal. Like the amount of thought that's gone into it is very, very cool. And it's one of those things that I think, well, I hope, sorry, that should be the better way to put it. It's one of those things I hope that like I can do with some of the worlds that I'm building, but I also know I'm not a great storyteller. I'm not great at crafting a story, but I think I can do quite a good job of creating a world. And that's what I kind of like, what I see as a hope. So when I say that Dune might not be the best story, like the world it's created is phenomenal. This music sounds very deep rock galactic. What's this one? This one is Brigador from the game Brigador. I was having a bit of a look through the soundtracks that I have, and I realised there was a bunch of soundtracks that I'd not downloaded. Sorry, I'm just going to blow my nose, which you guys don't need to see. One sec. Yeah, I was having a bit of a look through the thingies. All the soundtracks I had. And I was like, oh, there's a bunch of stuff that I've never really listened to. And while this game didn't entirely grab me, it's a bit weird. Kind of like when I originally looked at this game, I was like, this looks like a game I should really enjoy. And then I tried to play it a bit. And it might be one of those instances where I just need to go back and try it again. But it didn't really grab me when I first tried to play it. But then I started listening to the soundtrack and I was like, hey, this soundtrack, do you know what? I think this soundtrack would work if it was on in the background. Which reminds me, actually, I need to try. So I was having a bit of a look at YouTube last week. And weirdly, apparently some people have actually watched the VODs. Which was a bit surprising. But the VODs came up with like copyright flags. The copyright flags were fine. But it was something that I thought was quite interesting, and so it made me want to try and test something today. Like the copyright flags came up, and I was like, "Oh shit!" But like last week, I was just listening to playlists that said they were DMCA free. I don't know what I've done wrong. I was like, "Is this one of these things where the DMCA free list isn't actually DMCA free?" But one of the nice things, and this is, doesn't always have to be how YouTube's crap at certain things. Sometimes YouTube does things really well, and this was one of the things that it does do really well that Twitch doesn't do very well. And that was, it said, hey, we got a copyright flag on your video, this is what has flagged. And it told me the exact tracks. And what it also said was, however, the creator of these things has said they're absolutely free to use, which kind of is like, it's good and bad, because I was kind of like, oh right, okay, cool, so I can use them, which almost makes me go, why does it flag up as a copyright thing then if they know it's okay? But to a certain degree, I almost appreciate that. I almost appreciate that they're like, hey, we know this is content by someone, but here's the confirmation that that person has said it's okay. So it's kind of I say, good and bad. But what it does mean is, I was talking a bit ago about how like I really like the band Gunship, and I would like to listen to their stuff more. And they have a thing on like their Facebook page, but it's from about 5 years ago, so it's not super up to date, where they say, hey, it's okay to use our music during streams, but it's a long time ago. And so I did actually message them. I messaged them and I was like, hey, is this still valid? And I never got a reply, which is unfortunate. So today, what I wanted to do was I'm going to play some Gunship in a bit, and I'm going to see what happens to it in the YouTube thingy. Because I really like their music, and if it is okay for streaming, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. And as I say, like years ago, there's like I say, for 2020, they've got a post saying, hey, you could use our stuff on stream, and that's really cool and okay with us. I just don't know if it's still valid. It could be something as easy as there's never been an update to that because they still are happy with you doing that. So actually, tell you what, before I forget about that, let's do that. Let's do that. And then I know for the future. Do you this? Do I this? Do I this? What is this? Do I this? Do I this? Do I simple exists for a reason, provide free instrumental music, non-profit. Okay, well, I might have a look through that at some point. Yeah. Oh, it's Moby. Oh, I see. Moby gratis. I see. I'll have a look at that. I will have a look through that later. I shall keep that tab open. Thank you very much. Max, the design of the website triggers your scam alert. I mean, on the basis, look, on the basis it's got a video of Moby at the beginning. On the basis it's got a video of Moby at the beginning, I think it's legit. That, or someone's got a very good AI to make a video of him. Moby from Moby Dick. Yes, that is Moby from Moby Dick. You're correct. It's definitely not the world famous performer Moby. It's definitely not the world famous performer Moby. You are correct. It's yeah. It's all to do with a whale. He is a whale of the music industry. There you go. He's a whale of the music industry. One of the things with like DMCA free music and stuff is that to a certain degree there's only so much you can do, because you also have, like, one of the things that I've seen that happens nowadays as well is someone will take like royalty free music and they will make a song with it. I've seen this happen. There's a channel that I follow where I've seen like he keeps on getting like DMCA strikes despite having like a complete he has like permission from the person who created the music. that he uses. But apparently this, like, one of the scams that happens now is someone else has sampled that music, put it in their own song, and what they do is they then claim the copyright, saying that it's from their song. And because of the way that basically like music copyright stuff works, they're able to get away with it. It's like, it's really scummy. It's like, it's one of these things where it's like, it's not, it's like a gray area of like copyright law or something, where you could like sample stuff, and then because you sampled it, you know, a bit like when things like there's certain like there's like old school songs that are so old they're like public domain, but that doesn't mean you can play any version of the song you hear. So say like you had something like say there was like a popular Christmas song which was public domain, it doesn't mean you can play any version of that song. If like there's a more modern recording of it, that modern recording still has like copyright on it and stuff like that. It's like, apparently it's like abusing, I say abusing, like, you know, at the end of the day they're doing things that are legal, just it's a bit of a morally grey area because you're kind of catching people out who are trying to do the right thing. So yeah, like looking at that Moby stuff, like you can download the Moby stuff, so in theory someone could take one of those, sample it, put it in a song, and then they can claim it because like I was playing that music. It's frustrating. But anyway, I try and keep as well as I can within all these rules and regs. But I'm curious about this YouTube thing, because to be fair, the YouTube thing, if it's good enough for YouTube, it'll definitely be good enough for Twitch, if that makes sense. Because YouTube's a bit more stringent. Anyway, right. The end of this song, I'll switch back to the other stuff. The way I'm trying to approach it at the moment is either using the stuff that I've generated, or computer game OSTs. Is essentially the way I'm trying to deal with it at the moment. You got a thunderstorm there and it's raining almost horizontal. We've been told we're due some bad weather, so I wonder if you're getting it now, I wonder if in like a day or 2 is when we're going to get it.
A new challenger has entered the arena.
Oh my.
Dave underscore M984 just followed.
Oh my. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very kindly. Max, luckily you didn't clean the windows, so you don't feel like you've wasted your time. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. We'll quack to you too. A quack. A quack quack. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, Vivi. Good morning to you. Whatever you're arting, it looks pretty good and lifelike. Hey, if this looks lifelike, thank you very much. Some people would say it's AI. Maybe, but I suppose that's one of the beauties of streaming. If anyone were to say it was AI, I can kind of go, hey, but you can see there's a whole video of me taking too much time to do it. But yeah, I hope you like it. Unless, of course, you hate AI stuff, and if you feel that this looks like AI, and you hate AI stuff, then maybe you don't like it. can fix it. We have the technology. Ish. Kind of. We kind of have the technology. Yana, enjoy your lurkings. Do that a bit, just to try and show it at a slightly different angle. Okay. So a bunch of this is going to disappear eventually once I bring this all together. Nextron. Womp womp. Womp womp womp. I don't want to fish there. I don't want to adjust this mask. I kind of actually want to make this more dominant than this bit. I want to make this bit a lot thinner than what I had originally planned for it. So I might start pushing that back now while I remember. Was it all done on that layer? If I had the right layer. I did that all there. Holy moly. Okay. I thought I'd done these on separate layers. That's going to make this so much harder. Damn it. So I wanted to actually make this mask. I'm just going to be brutal. I'm going to be brutal. I want it to be back to about here. Just going to go straight in. I'm not even going to be delicate with this cut. This, I want this to be a lot more dominant. So I want it to be a lot more. That might mean I need to bring it down a bit. So we might have to have some more face, which I don't know how I feel about there being more face. But maybe there will be. Kind of like the size of the mask. Hiding a lot of face, because then I don't have to worry so much about trying to do the skin tone again. The dodgy skin tone. Even restart this. I might even get rid of this bit. Maybe have a bit of a new thing. Maybe, should we do that? Should we do that? Let's do that. I can always recreate it. I can always recreate it. Let's get rid of that. So I want the initial bit to be... Okay. So if the nose... Yeah, you see, do you know what? Do you know what is wrong with this? I think the reason why this looks weird is if the eye is here, then the nose is here. Which... If the mask... If the mask is happening... Like, that bit is there... Like the mask just was kind of weird. It was kind of almost like a Phantom of the Opera. I'd done some kind of like weird Phantom of the Opera thing with the nose. So the mask, realistically, like if that's where the cheek is, so if we're saying the cheek's coming down there, the cheek's coming down there, and then the two meet around here. So the mask realistically can only be that big. Now I can still hide this side of the face. I can just bring down some of the head wrap, which I kind of still like. I still like the idea of hiding some of this face. I just need to bring the head wrap down more. Yeah, the face mask, too large. Too large. So if we have that there, this there. I think that makes more sense. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. So we can still have like the wrap coming down and hiding some of the face, but this has all got to go. This has all got to go. Like, get rid of all of that bit. Get rid of all that bit. I think that makes more sense for the shape of the mask. Agreed. Agreed. I'm concurring with myself that that was not good. So that's alright. That's alright. Let's grab that. We're going to have the bit that was the top of the nose. I'm going to bring that down there too. So that's going to be like that, I think. And then maybe that. So that's a separate piece, that's what that's there for. How do I feel about that when I zoom out? Yeah. Yeah. Because we've still got these goggles. Don't unfortunately the goggles the goggles haven't entirely forced my hand, but the goggles don't entirely make sense with the mask I've done. So that's a little bit of a pickle. Little bit of a pickle, because I kind of need to show. We might have to have a bit more skin. Maybe. Just to kind of make some kind of sense with the goggles we've got going on. So we had that coming in there. That coming up there. So... Where did I put that eye layer? Now, something I did make a mistake with earlier on was I merged all of the eye layer together. I'm regretting that now. I'm regretting that now that I merged, because I was like, I don't need to change these. I'm not going to need to change these at all. Yeah, I should have kept them separate. So, okay, so there's nose. Nose coming down here. Nose breaking into here, because now we can see it. Now we can see it. Is it? Okay. It's alright. It's alright. I'm going to put something together that's kind of going to make sense. Kind of. So we're going to bring that there. We're going to bring that nose bit. That's kind of coming up here still a bit. So we'll bring that down a bit. No one's going to zoom in on this, you know? No one's going to zoom in. No one's going to know. No one's going to know, you know, ultimately this is going to be just a thumbnail on YouTube. No one's going to see it that close. Sure. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Let's, you know, if we do a bit of that, and then we're going to have that going off into the dark. Into the darkness. So top of this mask is going to happen there. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Bring the hood down a bit over the front of that. And that'll be alright. That'll be okay. Where is... So... Actually, that's a good question. Why are you... Why are you not behind them? Why did I put you there? If I bring you to there... Yeah, you should be there, really, shouldn't you? You should be there. You live there now. That's where you live. Yeah, I need to... Okay, no, I can fix all of that. That's all fixable. Downside to thinking I had these shapes the way I wanted them and then trying to fix them afterwards. It's alright though. It's alright. We can sort it all out. So that's... We'll just drape. We'll drape some head wrap down over that side of the face. It'll be beautiful. It'll be alright. Hello, Pixel. Hello. What are we making? We are attempting to do an image for the upcoming game Dune Awakening. I'm trying to create something that looks a little bit like their cover art, but is more specific to the character I want to run in it. That's the goal, and I've just kind of... I've had a moment of realization that my... that the mask that I'd drawn made no sense, and so I'm attempting to fix that mask, which is bringing its own issues, but I'm getting there slowly in terms of trying to fix the mask. It's okay. It's okay. We're fixing the mask. And it will fix. At the end of the day, the main torso is looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the main torso. So fixing the mask is alright. It's just going to take a little bit of time to fix it. That's all. We got loads of time. We got what? 4 weeks? A month from now is when I'll be playing the game. At the moment, you're playing a TTRPG for Dune. Oh, cool. Cool. All right. So is the TTRPG, is that like an official Dune one, or is that like where the DMs... Is that where the DMs just kind of created a bit of their own world going on, or... Yeah. Interested. Would you like to know more? Yes. Yes, I would like to know more. Official June 1 from Modiphius. Oh, okay, cool. As someone who has played no TTRPGs, that world kind of fascinates me. How, like, having seen people create stuff from scratch, and also seen that there's like a whole bunch of like ones where you can like buy them out the box. I'm always intrigued. Always intrigued. Are you going to do a Discworld one? Cool. Cool. Created the lady campaign you ran for Discworld. I love doing it. You had a great set of players. That's nice. That's nice if it all worked out. So for the June one that you're doing at the moment, is that a because like I'm intrigued how like a TTRPG works for that, kind of based on from seeing what's going to happen with June Awakening, because June Awakening almost feels like it could have been like someone's been playing a June Awakening almost feels like someone played a TTRPG and then went, hey, why don't we turn this into a game based on the way they took the storyline, because it's a bit of an alternate history where you're not like you're not part of like a major house. Like the character you play in the game is not a they're not an Atreides or a Harkonnen. They're just someone trying to like make their way in the world, and you go and pick up quests. You go and pick up quests in the game, and slowly but surely, like you get to know people and move around the world. You like the main bit with the spice harvesting and the political negotiations? Yeah. You play a minor house, but there are plenty of bigger hitter names in there. Right. Gotcha. Yeah, so in June Awakening, you the major houses are there, and there are some minor houses as well, and you interact with them. But you're not either of them. You're not a house at all. You are literally, you're just like it's not really spoilers because it's like right at the beginning of the game. But you start off as like an escaped prisoner at the start of June Awakening. So you do interact with the houses, but yeah, you don't wield the power of a house. Oblivion vibe. See, I never played Oblivion. Which I feel like with, you know, it's almost, I was actually debating about this morning with like the remastered stuff happening at the moment. I wonder if I'll end up playing like some of these older games that people reference. But yeah, like Oblivion passed me by because it was back. I think we worked this out in a conversation a few weeks ago, but I think Oblivion kind of like passed me by because I was very much like fully committed to like when WoW was going on and stuff when Oblivion came about. Really hoping to get a copy of Dune Awakening. I think from some of the commentary I've seen people make with Dune Awakening, I think it's a tricky one about whether you wait to see people play it to see whether it's the game you want. Like, I think it's probably one of the cool things that's with this weekend. I don't know if you've requested access to the open beta weekend. Like, definitely go and request access to the open beta weekend this weekend. And if you don't get access to it, I would 100% watch, you know, if anyone's like streaming it. Because some of the commentary I've seen in regards to it, there's a bit of I think the thing with Dune Awakening is there are people who want it to be something that it's probably not going to be. Like, I think from everything I've seen of Dune Awakening, I think it's going to be close enough to what I want it to be to play it. But then equally, you know, I felt very similar about Skull and Bones when Skull and Bones was coming out. I was quite happy with how that looked. And I enjoyed Skull and Bones. But then ultimately, I don't think they maintained necessarily what I wanted it to be. It also didn't help that a lot of people didn't enjoy it. So there wasn't a lot of people. The world was a bit dead. But I think the thing with Dune Awakening is because it's obviously it's not a like games are chunky, aren't they? In terms of price, it's not something you want to drop that money on if you're not sure if it's what you want it to be. Skull and Bones was empty after you'd done the quests. Yeah. I would sit with that. Kind of like I did like Skull and Bones. I thought Skull and Bones looked great. I thought Skull and Bones really did look good. I don't know exactly what went wrong with Skull and Bones. Well, sorry. I kind of know what went wrong with Skull and Bones, and I think that's why I say about definitely with like Dune Awakening, go and consume any pre-launch content that you can. You know, whether that's watching like the people who got on the creator program making videos about it, go watch those guys. If you can get on the open beta, get on the open beta. I I think one of the things with Skull and Bones where it kind of failed was a lot of people wanted it to be something that I don't really feel like it claimed it was gonna be. There was obviously the people who were very unhappy that it wasn't doing a lot of stuff that Assassin's Creed did. But I don't know if it really ever claimed it was going to do the stuff that Assassin's Creed did. At least I didn't see it claiming that. But I've seen some people complaining about... like, Dune Awakening is very much, from everything I've seen of it, positioning itself as a survival crafter. And I've seen people getting annoyed because it's not... it's not something that isn't a survival crafter. And it's kind of like, yeah, but it's positioning itself as that. And then people getting mad about that. And it's like, if you don't like survival crafters, you probably won't enjoy... You probably won't enjoy this. To be honest, to be fair, sorry, a bit biased as you work in industry now, but you've always said players need to stop expecting perfect games and just start enjoying them again. I think with how many games are out there, I feel like people need to accept that, not so much that people need to accept that games are not necessarily made for them. I think that's where I kind of sit on things. Like, games can't be everything. And you kind of have to accept that a game might just not be what you want, might not be what you want it to be. Doesn't mean that it's a trash game. It's just like, I was having a conversation. Oh, sorry. I was involved in a conversation where there was someone saying that Dune Awakening looks like it's complete trash. And it was like, the person was complaining that it's all just, it's too focused on like gathering resources, and it's not focused enough on PvP. And because it wasn't focused on PvP and it was too focused on the resource gathering nature, on resource gathering aspects, that it was a trash game. It was their words were, it was dead on arrival. It's going to be dead on arrival because it's not focused enough on PvP. And it's like, but it's not trying to be that. It's not said that it's a PvP focused game. And this person was like going, well, it should be. And it's like, no. It's like, you want a PvP game. This isn't a PvP. Like, there is PvP in the game, but it's in a separate part of the game. And this person was going, well, it's dead on arrival then. It's dead on, if it's not PvP focused, it's dead on arrival. It's like, no, it's just that's not the game that you want. There's lots of people who don't want a super heavy PvP focused game. That's two different things. It's like, it's not the game that you want. That doesn't mean that it's a dead game, because there'll be people who are interested in the game. I think one of the areas this game will probably struggle on is its price tag. Like, its price tag is a chunky price tag. And I hope they justify the expectation that comes with that price tag. But then, like when I say I hope they justify the expectation that comes with that price tag, there's going to be people whose expectations are always going to be too high. That's always going to happen. Like I've said that about a lot of games, you know, like I see people who will badly review a game saying it's not got enough content, and they've got 1,000 hours in the game, and you're like, what do you mean it's not got enough content? What did you do for those 1,000 hours if it's not got enough content? So yeah, I think some people do expect too much. And some games, I think, set themselves up for a fall. You know, some games definitely set themselves up for a fall. It's a tricky one. But that's why I kind of say, like, people need to... if people are interested in spending that money on the game, they need to be doing everything they can. Because I think that's one of the things that is out there now, is you don't... I think it's difficult to go into a game blind nowadays. I think it's difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible. I think it's difficult. I feel like it's going to be Conan, Ark, and Rust vibes. I mean, Conan makes sense, because obviously Funcom made Conan. I completely agree with you with the Rust vibes. That's what interests me. The Rust vibes interests me. From what I've seen of the game, certainly in the building aspects of the game, and the looting aspects of the game very much give me Rust vibes. When I used to play Rust, the PvP aspect of Rust put me off. But what I did find with the PvP aspect of Rust was that I found a PvE server. And by finding a PvE server for Rust, I really enjoyed Rust. And so seeing what they've said about this and the way that the PvP part of this game is very much segregated from the PvE, I'm kind of like, that super interests me. Like, 'cause it's not that I completely dislike PvP. Like, I can enjoy PvP. Like, PvP is cool and I can enjoy it. Like, I'm not against PvP, but I also want PvP to be optional. I want to do PvP when I want to do PvP. I don't want to do it all the time. And if it's to a degree where I can't play the game because of the PvP nature of it, that puts me off. Not to the degree of me going, that's a trash game. It's just permanent PvP is not something I want to do. So I'll go and look somewhere else for a game that doesn't do that. And from what I've seen in terms of the description of Dune Awakening, they seem to be doing that in terms of, hey, here's the PvE area, here's the PvP area. You want to do PvP? Go over there. That's always PvP. But if you want to be able to do PvE for a while, you can do it over here. So the fact that they offer both is kind of me looking at it going, that sounds like it's giving me what I loved about Rust and gives me a way to minimize what I disliked about Rust. And I like that. And then, sorry, Amber, yeah, people were banking on it being extended blank flag. Yeah. So, yeah, going back to the whole Skull and Bones thing, like, I mean, obviously this, like, I use Skull and Bones as the example of something that I thought was a real shame because I enjoyed Skull and Bones. And I kind of get why people didn't enjoy Skull and Bones. Like, I understand why people didn't understand Skull and Bones, but I debate, I question to a level how much of that was the publisher's fault and how much of that was people's expectations kind of screwed them over. Because, and this might be because I didn't play the Assassin's Creed games, but I didn't go into Skull and Bones expecting Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And and from what I've seen of how they advertise Skull and Bones, I don't think I saw them saying it was going to be Black Flag. I didn't get that impression. Unless, you know, I missed one of the promos saying, hey, this is going to do everything that we did in Black Flag. Which, if they did, fair play that people were disappointed. But everything I saw for the promo of Skull and Bones did not make me go, oh, I better go and have a look at Black Flag to see what they did there. That almost feels like people went, they made both games, therefore that's what they're doing. Seemed to be more where it kind of went a bit wrong in terms of people's expectation. Max, you mostly play indie games lately and expectations are always met. I mean, I play a lot of indie stuff. Or what is considered indie stuff. I don't play loads of AAA. Not to say I never play AAA, but I don't play a lot of AAA. I just kind of, I mean, I kind of like my approach with games tends to be, I don't really care where the game came from. I don't care where the game came from. I don't care if a game came from a AAA studio or came from an indie developer. That doesn't really, I don't set my expectation of a game. Like, I don't tend to set my expectation of a game based on who's making it. You know, like when people get super excited to whether Bethesda makes a game or not. I don't tend to really look for games based on who's making it. If I find out that who made something is someone's making something that I know they made something previously, maybe I'll be like, oh yeah, that's cool because they made this. But I don't tend to look for something because of a publisher. I tend to just look for games. I tend to look for games based on what the game is, and then if I find out the publisher who made something else I like, I kind of go, oh, that's cool. Hopefully that means it'll turn out good. Because I think that's a solid way. I think that's sometimes a solid way of setting yourself up for a fall. You know, a bit like when Starfield was coming out. You know, I think a lot of people set themselves up for a fall because they weren't looking necessarily at the game. I also think there was a little bit of bad advertising for Starfield as well. But I think some people set themselves up for a fall because they went, I love everything that developer or publisher does. It's like, maybe that's not the best way to approach it. You know, just giving them a blank check because they made something good in the past is not, I don't think, is a great way to approach it. Remember when I said I was going to fix this mask really quickly? And then I'm spending ages on this mask. But yeah, anyway, coming back to June. Going back to June, because that's the one I want to talk about. What I've seen of the development looks like a game I want to play. Does that mean it's a game that everyone wants to play? No. But if we all wanted to play exactly the same game, the industry would not be as big as it is. So everything I've seen of Duke and Awakening makes me want to play it. And I just hope they don't, like, change it all for whatever reason. Or have outright lied, you know? That's the other thing as well, isn't it? Let's hope they've not just outright lied about what the game's going to be. I saw, funnily enough, in regards to Starfield, I can't remember exactly. I think it, you know, it might have been a Thor clip. I think it might have been a Thor clip that came up, and it wasn't like a recent Thor clip, but I think it was the one with like the Starfield one about how the, you know, the I can't remember if it was the publisher or the developer going, you know, like, oh, worlds are meant to be empty. And it's just like, motherfucker. I kind of like, I understand the idea, but I don't think you've understood that thing that I've talked about before about, you know, the triangle of like the realism. What was I can't remember what the triangle was. I think because I was kind of like trying to think out loud with it. But like the realism and the realism, gameplay, and like technical capability, it was something like that I was trying to explain at one point. I'm going to create a new layer. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do nothing because I put it on the wrong way. Good job.
Now, let's all have a cup of tea.
To be perfectly honest with you guys, I'm actually feeling a bit ropey today. And I was kind of hoping going through the morning, I was wondering whether it was just one of those feeling a bit groggy from like not good sleep, but I'm still not feeling great. But yeah, I do need to hydrate. I have had water today. Before anyone says it, I have had some water today. Just maybe not necessarily enough. But yeah. Anyway. The pot. Yeah, I'll deal with it. It's alright. We'll get rid of it. Scambot. Scambot. Scammy, scammy, scambot. There you go. Gone now. It's alright. But yeah, no, I'm feeling a bit ropey today. Not, I say, I thought it was just like, because I knew I'd had a bit of shitty sleep, and so I was like, am I just feeling a bit groggy? I've not improved through the day though, so I don't know. Feeling a bit shit. Just feeling a bit bleh. Sorry, yeah, coming back to the yeah, Max, you were saying it's so stupid most planets are empty. I mean like those comments with Starfield were just very stupid. And like, funny enough, I was thinking about that this morning, just like, because it was like the comment that he made. Let's grab a page. Because like the comment he made was like, oh yeah, but like when the astronauts went to the moon was empty. And it was like, motherfucker, they didn't know that when they were going. They didn't know when they were going to the moon that the moon was going to be empty. And it was like, okay, cool. The moon was empty. But when the astronauts went to the moon, to the moon, like, they weren't playing a game. It was real life. They were actually exploring the unknown. When they got there, they were doing experiments, which, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think you do in Starfield, do you? If you get to an empty planet in Starfield, you just are on an empty planet. Like, there is nothing to do there. Whereas, like, the astronauts went and they were doing experiments. They were actually thinking about whether they were going to be alive. Like, they didn't know what they were going at. Like, they were properly doing exploring. Like, they went and did experiments, you know, they went and planted a flag. They planted a flag, which you might go, hey, planting a flag's not really a thing. But yeah, but you can't even, I don't think you could even do it. I don't think you could do it in Starfield. Like, they had stuff to do when they got to the moon. So the idea, like, and I think that was the problem. It's not so much that the planet's empty, it's that you don't do anything when you get there to work out that the planet's empty. Like, I think the people would be a lot more invested if they got to a planet, did an actual bunch of exploration. But yeah, like when you're making the game, you've got like realism, haven't you? Which some people love realism. Some people love realism and they find it very, very like unimmersive if a game's not real. But then you got like the capability of the game, like technical. What was the things that I said before? I said you've got like the technical capability. You got the rule of cool. You got the rule of cool going on. I'm pretty sure I had it as a triangle, but I think I made a triangle, and then I think I had something else off on the corner, off to the side. But I can't remember what they all were. And like it's super complicated making a computer game. It really is. It's super complicated making a computer game. But like the argument for Starfield having empty planets, kind of like they were hinging on this. They like hinged in this box, but never really explained whether they'd thought about these things. It wasn't that like they'd kind of gone, yeah, we sat down and we thought about why is there going to be empty planets? What's going to happen? Like, what does that mean to the player if they find an empty planet? They just kind of went, well, they went to the moon. They went to the moon. That's it. When we went to the moon, it was empty. And it's like, well, I mean, it depends what you class as empty as well. Like, it depends on what you class as empty. It was just such a very... It was a very... I feel like it was a line that was thrown out very defensively, as though they'd never considered why that was in the game. Like the idea of it felt like it was thrown out then, and it was just I don't know. It was a line that annoyed me, not because there are empty worlds out there, but just because it just kind of showed that they hadn't really thought it through. Like, it reinforced that they hadn't thought it through. And it annoyed me. It annoyed me. Like, you could make an empty world interesting without needing to add plants and animals and shit to it. You know, like, you could go and prospect an empty world. I don't think you could do that in Starfield. I don't think you could do anything with it. Like, I haven't played Starfield, so maybe I'm completely wrong, but my understanding was that there were empty worlds and you couldn't do anything with the empty world. To be honest, you would have preferred if Starfield was more empty. You wanted less in Starfield. Okay, but the POI was more interesting, more stuff to do. No need for 20 dull POIs with nothing to do. You did enjoy most of Starfield. Played at launch. Tried to get back to it with the expansion. Oh, was there an expansion to Starfield? I had no clue that there was an expansion to Starfield. Okay. I see what you mean. Kind of like, yeah, you would prefer there to be less planets, but when you actually find, I get that. When you actually find the POI, it's far more interesting. Because I seem to remember KG. I remember KG playing Starfield a bit, and I can't remember exactly how long he'd played the game for. But there was a point where KG was playing the game and he was like, "Oh, I've been to this outpost many times before. I know exactly how to deal with it." So I think that's kind of what you mean. Kind of like there was a lot of like repetition in the outposts. So maybe there should have been, yeah, if there'd been less outposts, but more time had been spent on making the outposts that did exist more interesting. I think, if I'm understanding what you're saying. But yeah, just I really did dislike that line. Like, in terms of like, you know, it's kind of like, oh my god, is what kind of things trigger you? Because it was just like that line about them going to the moon and there being nothing at the moon. It's just like, you don't understand what happened with the moon landing if that's how you're just going to throw away that the moon was empty and they did nothing. Like, it was a weak get out of jail free card. Anyway, we're not talking about Starfield. Who started talking about Starfield? I think it was me. Who started talking about Starfield? Eh? Anyway, Dune Awakening. The long and short is, there's lots of stuff to go and watch and look at with Dune Awakening to make the decision of, are you going to spend money on it? And absolutely, I wholeheartedly encourage people, go and watch that stuff before you drop money on it. Don't just take my, I'm going to play it and I'm going to stream it as a, oh, I need to go buy it now. You know, like, as I say, like, the open beta weekend is happening this weekend. Apply if you haven't already. I don't know how, you know, I don't know if it's already full. I don't know if they'd even tell you if it was, but definitely try. Because, you know, almost to a degree, you know, it's the end of it. It's like, it's playing a demo, isn't it? Like, why wouldn't you play a demo if you're trying to work out if you want to play a game? The demo is there. Go make the most of it. You purchased Skull and Bones because of Bearded, and you played together one time. Do you know what? I think I kind of need to go back and have a look at Skull and Bones and see what state it's in now. I think one of the things I definitely would say is that I don't feel is in favor of Skull and Bones. And but what I would say is I don't think this is restricted to Skull and Bones. Is, if I remember correctly, you had to complete quests within a, like, they had, like, the game had season, like, you know, it had its seasons, and I think you had to complete the content within the season and if you didn't, like, you didn't get to see it. And I know that happens with, and that's probably one of the things that I don't necessarily like about live service games, when they retire content. Because I'm kind of like, and this is coming from someone who puts a lot of time into games. I had a tickle in my throat then, and I was desperately trying to get to my mute button. I don't like the idea of you have to play content. I don't love having to play something within a in a specific deadline, because you just like it's different for me, because I try, like, part of like what I'm trying to do from like my life point of view is put content out there, but I don't like the idea of you feeling like, oh shit, I missed it, I don't get to see that content now because I had to work that weekend. And I appreciate the seasonal content for Skull and Bones, I think, was like over 3 months. So like you had time to do it, but I feel like it was almost like a bit of a waste. I feel like it's almost a bit of a waste to make, like, from the creator, as like a creator point of view. Like, I'd be gutted if I worked on Skull and Bones and it's like, yep, that content was only there for the first 3 months of the game. Anyone coming to that now is never going to see it. I'd be like, oh damn, great, I'm glad I put so much of my life into making that bit of content that people are never going to see. Like that like, not necessarily from the player point of view, I feel more for like from the creator point of view of just like, damn, no one ever gets to know that I made that. Like, it might not be so bad if like what you were saying, like if it comes back the next year, maybe that's okay. Like, if that's like and that's probably why I don't necessarily mind, say, like Christmas content or Easter content type stuff, because that's going to come back the year after. So maybe that's not too bad, like if you're doing stuff like that. But if it's content, which is like, yeah, that was the first season of this thing, it's not coming back next year. It's not like that's the January to March content, that was year one content. Then I'm kind of like, that kind of hurts me a bit. Like, I would be so demotivated to work on something if I was completely aware that after 3 months that thing was never going to get seen again. And that was the impression. I don't know if it's accurate, but that was the impression I got from Skull and Bones. Oh damn, it's 10-1. Okay, right, I need to make a decision. Because, as I was saying, like, I'm not feeling great today, and I don't know. I was going to see how I felt at lunch. I think I might wrap up early today. Just as I say, I'm feeling very blur. And I don't know if it's just like the way the weather's changed or what, or... But yeah, I'm feeling not quite rough as biscuits, which is a very technical term. It's a very technical term, rough as biscuits. So I don't quite feel rough as biscuits, but I also don't feel on top form at all. So I might wrap up the stream and then be on top form tomorrow. Imagine the people who worked on Concord. Yeah, so like, the Concord thing is a bit of a... I think the Concord thing is a different scenario, is a bit of a different situation, but yeah, like it must be rubbish having worked on Concord and then your work just, yeah, your work never gets... Well, sorry, it's not that your work never got seen. Like, some people did see your work, but I think that one's slightly different because that's... So when I talk about like the seasonal content, the seasonal content was, your content's good, it's great, it's being published. It's just only being published for a limited time. So it's like, I think the thing with... So the reason why I would say the Concord stuff is different slightly is the Concord stuff was, rightly or wrongly, depending how you feel about it, rightly or wrongly, the Concord stuff was the work was so badly received that it was viewed to not be good enough to carry on. So, you know, I'm sure there are people, you know, I'm sure there's a whole load of people who worked on that thing who were like, that was my best work. But I would hope those people went away from it going, I need to understand the difference between something producing work that people want, not just producing work that I want. You know, because I have to do that. I have to take it on the chin that this channel is not as big as it should be because I'm producing stuff that not enough people want. And so what do I have to change to get to a point where people want the stuff? Like, I'm not producing good enough work to bring enough people in. Kind of like, you know, it's like, it's the work isn't good enough. The work isn't good enough. How do I improve that? So that's kind of how I feel like the Concord thing is. Whereas my understanding of the seasonal content for Skull and Bones is the work's good enough, just people aren't going to see it for a long time. I would find that demotivating from the point of view, like, so with the Skull and Bones thing, I would find them demotivating for different reasons. Like the Concord thing, I'd be there going, that sucks that what I made wasn't popular enough. Opposed to, it doesn't matter, you know, like people could love the Skull and Bones content, but it was always going to be just a 3-month stint. Yeah. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. I'm trying to I think what I'm saying makes sense to me. This is almost a great example. What I'm saying makes sense to me, but I don't know if I'm explaining it in a very good way. So if I'm not, so yeah, I think they both have similar outcomes. I think they both have similar outcomes, but I think the cause is different. Is what I'm trying to say. And I hope that makes sense. Like I don't the whole the Concord thing, I think is a bit of a charged conversation that I don't know how much I want to go down the rabbit hole on that one. Like, I kind of similar to what Little Bit was saying. It's kind of like you can't, like, the way I would describe it is if actually, you know what, yeah, I think Little Bit described it relatively well in terms of you can't trash people and then expect them to still buy the game. I think that's I think that's probably a good way of describing the Concord thing, which at that point, you know, because like yeah, I think that might be a bigger conversation for another day. I don't think I'm in the right headspace to do it today, but I think that's pretty close to where I sit on it. Yeah. But, you know, and I think the thing that's unfortunate with some games is the internet is a great and terrible tool, because the internet is such a great way for you to get your games out there. But I also think there's a lot of people who are not necessarily ready to be on the internet or fully appreciate that not everyone thinks exactly the same as they do. That's not specifically a statement about Concord. In fact, the actual example I'm thinking of is Dune. Is Dune Awakening. Like, one of the guys was talking for Dune Awakening in one of their dev streams recently, and he made a comment where I was like, Jesus, you can't make comments like that. Like, that's like the comment he made, I was like, that's enough to sink the game, and it's got nothing to do with the game, and yet you're going to make a comment that could just completely, like, trash the release of the game, and it's just you making a joke that wasn't very funny. And so that's kind of what I mean, is like, it's the internet is a tricky thing for using as a promotional tool. Syllabus. Hello, Syllabus. Hello. I think what is probably a shame, I think for as Concord as the example is, I think what's a shame for Concord is we will never know whether Concord was a good game. Concord got Concord, and in terms of who screwed it over is a whole different matter, but like Concord got screwed over before we ever got to find out whether it was actually a good shooter or not. Were the mechanics good? Were the overall graphics good? We're never going to know. We're never going to know. That could have been a great little diamond, you know, could have been a great little diamond, but it got destroyed by things away from the actual meat of the game. So I do think that's a bit of a shame. I think it's a shame that we don't get to see what the game actually was, and it was more marred by people's views than what was actually going on. I think that is a shame. But I'd say you see it happen. Like I saw it happen with one of the Dune Awakening dev streams. I was like, bloody hell, don't say shit like that. Like, especially when I want Dune Awakening, when I want to play Dune Awakening, just like, why would you even make jokes? And it must be, and it's one of those things of, it's like some people are not necessarily the right people to front promotion on the internet, because they're not necessarily thinking about everything through that they're saying. Anyway, hello Pink. You just got here. I will be leaving very soon. Sorry. It's not you, it's me. Is this how I want this to go? I don't know if this is the shape I want. I don't think this is how I want this. I don't think this is how I want this. Anyway, right, sorry. There's lots of typing. There's lots of typing. A little bit. Oh my god, little bit. There's lots of typing, little bit. The most neutral way you could explain it. Your true explanation will get you banned. Okay. Okay, good. I'm glad we're in dangerous territory. You don't want the whole English word for cigarette. Oh my god. Okay. Right, this is how neutral we're trying to go. Take Alien and Terminator. You had badass women. Yeah, yeah. Reminds you of the Wheel of Time interview where they talked about their announcement, and the most important person was literally just gaslighting fans. I mean, there's a whole bunch of like stuff where the way I've always sat on a lot of that stuff is I don't care as long as the story's good. I really don't. I don't care who anyone is as long as the story's good. Are you good a little bit? I'm just catching up on everything little bit's written. Let me get this off my chest. I've got to get this off my chest now. Okay, we're good. But yeah, the woke stuff. I mean, in terms of like, if we're going down like with woke stuff, I think we're going down a rabbit hole. We're going down a rabbit hole we don't necessarily need to go down. Have I changed the color of this brush? Apparently I have. Wait. Oh, shit. Okay. I've done something. I've clicked something. But anyway. You're all good. Okay, as long as you're good. As long as you got it off your chest. I'm just trying to say how I'm looking forward to June Awakening coming out. Oh dear. But no, so just, I mean, to finish off that thought. So what I was trying to say with like the way that kind of like the sometimes when people are trying to promote games, they can kind of like sync themselves. So the example I'll give you is with June Awakening, they were talking about the layouts of the servers. They were talking about where the servers were. And they had like, you know, they had the servers all around the world. And they had like the ones in America, they had the ones in Europe, they had the ones in Asia, they had ones in Australia. There was none in Africa. And the guys commented, you know, there were three people off the dev team were talking about it. And they were kind of there going, it was almost like it was the first time they'd seen the map, and they kind of looked at the map and they kind of went, so, you know, everyone's getting their own local servers and this is really good. This is to make sure that your ping is good for the game. And the thing was, it just kind of like the map just looked like a ring. Where's me? Just looked like the servers looked like they were doing this coverage, and then slap bang in the middle was like they just had like this gap, and they were like, yeah, so we're gonna have this server coverage like this, and it's going to be great for pings. And then one of them just kind of went, unless of course I suppose, yeah, if you're in South Africa, you're a bit screwed because you're very far away. You're far away from where all the servers are. And so they kind of acknowledged it. I've also just realized oh God, can I undo this? I just realized I've scribbled over the sketch. And they kind of, you know, and that was kind of it. That's all they really needed to do. They kind of like acknowledged that South Africa was in a bit of a shit place server-wise. And then during this live stream, the guy who I think, and this is kind of the worst bit, the guy who I think is meant to be kind of the marketing community manager of June Awakening did a bit of a shitty South African accent and was basically saying, oh, it doesn't really matter because South Africans are very forgetful and can't remember where they parked their car, so they're not gonna know that the ping's shit anyway. And I was kind of just watching this live stream, and I was like, the thing was, the other two people off the dev team, like just in slow motion, they were sat either side of this guy, and they just kind of went, anyway, and like this guy is like meant to meant to be, I think he's meant to be like the community manager. And you're like, holy shit. So, okay, so I feel like we've got someone who's meant to be the community manager who probably ended up doing that role because no one else wanted to do it. And like, he was laughing to himself. The other two weren't laughing. And I just kind of like watched it and I was like, the joke's not really appropriate anyway. You know, the joke's not even really that funny anyway, but you're also using that joke to explain why you're not providing service to a bunch of gamers. What the hell went through your head that you thought that was the joke you were meant to make? And it was a really weird thing. It was a really weird thing, which fortunately doesn't appear to have blown up, because I've not seen anyone talk about it outside of the live stream. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, sometimes, you know, if you're trying to promote, and so for anyone who wasn't here earlier in the stream, we were talking about like why some games fail. And like, we've talked about content, we've talked about games not delivering, we've talked about content in games, but then sometimes people inject their own thoughts into the conversation about a game that bear no relevance to the game. And so, like, I saw that thing happen and I was like, oh my god, I hope this doesn't kill this game because this guy's just a fucking idiot. So, like, that was my entire thought process, was like, why? Like, forget whether the game, you know, forget whether the comment was like a misplaced stereotype. Forget whether the game was game. I keep saying game. Forget whether the comment was, you know, potentially could even be like like someone might take it the wrong way and consider that, like, I'm sure the guy wasn't, you know, like, the guy wasn't trying to be, you could tell by looking at him, the guy wasn't like trying to be like, the guy wasn't trying to be racist. Like, the guy wasn't trying to be like, he was trying to, I understand what the guy was trying to do. Like, the guy was trying to inject humor and about the fact that they were very aware that that was a thing, but it was just a terrible joke. It was a terrible way of doing it. And why would you shit on a bunch of people to try and cover up the fact that you're not really supplying them very well for this live service game? It was a very weird thing, and it was like, that's the kind of thing that nowadays, when you're on the internet, that's the kind of thing that could just sink a game. You could just sink a game from that one comment. The amount of people who could come together and go, hey, no one get involved with that game because that guy shat all over South Africans. Why would you do? And like, some people just shouldn't be the face of games. Some people just shouldn't be the face of games. And it was so weird. It was such a weird comment. And then, like, coming back to like the Concord thing, like seeing people say, like, when they were like saying that they hate the male gaming market, you're like, why would you say that? Why would you say you hate the male gaming market? Like, what are you doing? You want them to buy the game. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one when you see some things like just go under, and it's got nothing to do with the actual game itself. It's just to do with people making comments about, rather than I'm making a game because I'm making a game. It's just, yeah. But anyway, it's a tricky rabbit hole to go down, because I don't want to try and get into just like people getting angry about stuff. But yeah. But one of the other things I would say about that June Awakening thing was, like, I was there going, I wonder if he is going to be working for the company next week. like just making that comment there. He still is, so it must have been okay. They must have got away with it. Basify, hello. Yeah. Anyway, I just want to talk about June. Back to June. I'm really looking forward to June, and I reiterate what I was saying before, which is there is lots of content you can go and look at to see what June is. And I wholeheartedly I'll tell you what, here's my self-promo right now. I wholeheartedly recommend everyone watches this weekend when I stream the open beta, because I'll talk about June and I'll tell you exactly what it's going to be, or what I hope it's going to be. Because don't spend money on it if you don't know exactly what the game's going to be. Because I saw someone going off on one about why they thought the game was rubbish this weekend, and I was like, oh my god, you've just not looked at the game. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, you're shitting all over this game that you've not played, and you've not watched anyone playing it. But yeah. A little bit, you were kind of hyped for June, but you must admit after watching one of your friends play it, then yeah, not so much, which is fair enough. If you're not hyped for the game, then yeah, and that's kind of cool that you've seen it, you've seen the game, you're now kind of like, yeah, do you know what, maybe it's not for me. I'm excited for the game. I think it's what I want it to be, and I'm gonna stream it. I'm gonna stream it when it comes out. Welcome to my TED Talk. There you are. You've only looked at the cover art. The cover art reminds you of Destiny. I have never played Destiny, so I can't really comment on that. Ambro, you have an important question. All right, go for it. Is your important question pineapple on pizza? Is that the question? Because if it's just, I'll be honest, guys, I don't. If we're going to start going down a rabbit hole of like what's woke and what's acceptable as woke and not acceptable as woke, I don't want to get into that conversation. I don't, I'll talk about games failing. I'll talk about games failing, but I'll talk about games failing at a higher level. I don't really want to get into the convo about woke and that kind of stuff, because it's just going to end up in people getting ranty. I would rather avoid that. Are you going to have an overlay with Dan on the cover because he made the castle possible? Also, pineapple on pizza. Brother, oh, pineapple on pizza is great. Am I going to have Dan on the cover of this? Probably not. Probably not. I think Dan has been ridiculed enough by me, considering he bought me a copy of the game. I don't think I can mock Dan anymore Otherwise, he's going to request a refund of the game. So we're going to avoid mocking Dan anymore. Basify, how's the bearded metal scene? I've not done anything. I've not really had anything music worthy over the weekend. The problem I find with that stuff, Basify, is I've described this to Rook before. Looking at that kind of stuff, I describe it as consistently inconsistent. So I've not done much with the bearded metal stuff. I don't know if I'm happy with where this is going. I feel like unfortunately I'm gonna have to work on this more. I am gonna wrap up the stream soon though. I keep getting distracted. I keep getting distracted trying to figure this out, and it's not going how I want it to. Amber, on screen like it. Oh, with like the text above the top. No. So when I'm streaming this, I want the content for YouTube as well. So it will be a minimal overlay like this one. I think I was thinking about making a much more detailed overlay, but I don't think I will. Have they made any good Mad Max games? Another desert movie? Yeah, I don't know if they've ever actually made a Mad Max game. There are definitely like dystopian desert games, but I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's any that I would necessarily spring to mind as like. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe there aren't any good ones because I can't think of any. A little bit. Are you done with the crotch details? We usually okay. Are you done? Are you done? Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted? A little bit. Are you good now? There you go. There you go. You've had what you wanted. It's appropriately detailed, yes. You're also satisfied without knowing that you wanted it. Well, there you go. There you go. I try and deliver things. But yeah, do you know what? There isn't really. Yeah, I can't think of like a proper Mad Max game. There are games. There are definitely games that have kind of like a nod towards Mad Max, which, funnily enough, have not really been driving games. They've generally just been like dystopian-y desert trading games that I can think of, like convoys, like convoy games in the desert. Like there's been a couple of those, but yeah, I can't think of any dedicated Mad Max games, which I think is a shame. I think that is a shame. Though I think, yeah, Mad Max. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've properly looked at Mad Max. I don't know how much lore there is to play with for Mad Max. This will have to be a conversation for another time, though, because we are on the cusp of wrapping up the stream. I am I am getting very much to. I am very much getting to the end. Um, Actually, that reminds me. I didn't watch the. I didn't watch the Mad Max. What was it? Was it called Furiosa? Was that the latest Mad Maxy movie? I don't think I watched Furiosa. I would like to watch Furiosa, because while I appreciate it's not really about Max, while I get it's not really about Max, that leans into that comment I was just making about, is it expanding any kind of lore that would possibly open itself up to there being, you know, some kind of like a game. I also really like the idea of Chris Hemsworth leaning more into his Australian accent. I think that amuses me greatly. Anyway, right, let's hit save, because I've not saved all morning. We've got a bit of that stuff done. We're getting there. It's coming together. Anyway, right. Let's bring that over here. Ooh, okay. Microphone falling over the place. Let's stop moving. Microphone's doing what microphone does. Let's switch over there. Okay. Oh, an ad starts in 2.5 minutes. Not on my watch, it doesn't. Okay. So yeah, apologies. A little bit of an early finish, but yeah, I don't quite know what's wrong. It could just be a little bit under the weather. I think it might just be that. I think it might be that, nothing more. So we'll be back tomorrow. We'll do more artwork in the morning, and then the aim is to do artwork all day tomorrow. Probably the same plan for Thursday, and then Friday, just as a reminder, Friday we're gonna do the game that I got sent, which I keep forgetting the name of, and I don't know why this game just doesn't want to be in my brain. Every Day We Fight, which is a squad tactical game. So we're going to do that, and then, but we're probably only going to do like an extended morning stream, because I'll probably take the afternoon off, depending how things go, and then Friday evening I'll be playing Dune Awakening with Rook, and we'll probably be starting, I think we'll be starting at 7 o'clock my time, and we'll be going all the way through to midnight, so it'll be like a 5-hour, be a longer stream. Now, Yana, I'm glad, like, you said raid. I said raid. Now look, Bonji is in chat, so I think Bonji might have a thing to say about that. Or at least he was in chat before. Is Helen, wait, why is Helen, am I not, hold on. Oh my god. Am I not following Helen? Why? Hold on. Hold on. Bungie, see, Bungie, I didn't say it. You got what? You have to have words with. Got to have word with Yana. It's not my fault. I didn't type that. I didn't type that. Anyway, right. Ding, 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 ding. Let's go sort that out. We will indeed. We will go and raid over that way. Okay, cool. Cool. Right, that's where we're going to go as soon as... Why is this... There we are. Sweet. Yeah, so we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to try and do a full art day. We're still trying to crack on with this Dune piece, and we're trying to get that done. I think I said all the bits, didn't I? I think I said all the bits. I think I said all the bits. I think. I'm going to work on the bits. So what's Helen doing at the moment? She's doing blueprints. Doing blueprints right now. So we're going to head over to that. Which leaves me with... Right, we better do the outro, hadn't we? Let's get the outro done. Which I've still only got this thing to work with, so this is what we're doing with. So, if you have been here, thank you very much. If you've been talking in chat, thank you even more. I've told you where I'll be, so whatever you choose to do with the rest of your day, I hope that you have a fantastic time. And until I next see you, until then, goodbye.
Gather round and hear the tale unfold of two young men so strong, so bold. Before the taverns, before the fame, they carved their